Alright. Let's see. So we got White Morning now. Zoom distance and motorix cap. We have this for endurance checks unlocked. Endurance cap. We have this for precision cap. Not really planning on using drugs. Alright, just getting a quick little look through here. Obviously, we'll talk to the group, which is one of these things that really matters. I don't know. It's one of these things. And otherwise, we can just keep exploring. Obviously, I want to go find the store or something. Like, I wrote down... I don't remember what it was the guy told me, but then we also find a way to sell bottles. Eventually, we're going to need 12 real for the boombox, but we also need, what was it, 20? Where's the rent thing? We need 20 for that first, so I gotta prioritize getting that before the 12 real for the boombox. Eventually, you can get pants from Kuna. We have a bunch of other stuff too. So yes, there is so much to do, which is awesome. Inventory. Again, I could always equip this, but minus 2 authority. Again, it's going to be interesting because I feel like obviously there are going to be people that actually don't like authority. So having high authority or even, a decent authority can be a negative thing at times. But our authority, where is authority? Oh, it's here. It's at 4. So I still think I want it. Alright, so... Oh, that's right, I have to do this. Caps lock. Damn, much better. Alright, let's see here. It's just him we're talking to. Monica's titties are big. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Is it just, can you actually look out the window or something?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Interesting. It's not time yet. Okay. Squint.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
Alright, we'll hold out on that then. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Analogies with a sharp note. He's leaving it to me. I'm gonna sit there and stare at him.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
We're not gonna call him out on his attitude right now. We need to talk to you about the hangman out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
In the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44.
Yes.
Blonde man, in his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right.
Yes.
Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43.
I think.
Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations. Hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40.
See, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there were 8 tracks. From what I remember, at least a couple of these line up, although, you know, just be a coincidence, but obviously we can assume.
The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
What's a plectrum? Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
And the little guy?
Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all.
Yeah,
An
alright, yeah,
older
they line
man
up.
with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
Yeah, okay.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One's missing, the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
E?
This person Glenn wants to hire. He really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here.
She's the 8th.
Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's a need to ask them if they did it. But we'll do it anyway, see how they respond. We know they're going to say no and all that, but he might let slip, or someone else, like that other guy, might let something slip. So the hangman in the backyard, you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
So why are your boot prints all over the scene?
You mean these boots?
Yeah.
We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene.
So you confessed to murder.
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Mm-hmm. So when did this hanging incident occur? That's an interesting tactic that, again, obviously in the real world wouldn't work, but sure. Yeah, when did this occur?
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long you known him?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for White Pines? The shipping company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
So why'd you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
It was a mercenary, that's it.
And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
Eh?
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How do you even know he was in Special Forces?
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNA's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Okay, so besides the crime against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation?
Yeah, he went from worst to like least.
He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
It's the same girl who was sexually assaulted? Raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned.
Yeah.
Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Who did he rape then? It's very serious.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than others.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide, not for the officer making an arrest, which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
But how'd you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service. Certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a knockdown observation. This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Have an autopsy. Where the fuck? I guess, yeah, if we would have got the body down, we could have performed the autopsy ourselves, but we couldn't get the body down. We need more. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Can't. Composure. I would like to level composure. It's not going to help me with my check all too much. I'd rather save the points for like getting the checks that we would pass. But again, that's one of those skills I would totally be down with leveling up. So let's try to ask the questions first and hope that we don't miss out on this. Wasn't he a trained killer though, from Special Forces? How'd you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. Yeah. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
So, I actually got another question because my reaction speed, which actually makes me want to get reaction speed leveled up. It's so low. Oh, God. I have to go for this really shitty check, because, I mean, if we get it, it's good. But 28%, again, I could level it up. It's usually like 9% per level. Be 37, maybe even 46 or so, but, like, it's just a waste of points, I feel like. So we're just going to go for it. Things aren't quite right here, are they?
Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
All of them? Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under pressure.
Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Alright, whatever. We tried. Alright, I have other questions.
Like what, Copper?
Do I? I mean, the no remorse thing. Why don't I arrest you? It's not going to do much, like, threatening him like that. I'm wondering if he's wanting to stop answer questions. Maybe if since I don't really care about the answer to, like, no remorse to the murder, I think rather than pushing him and having him end the conversation, I'm just going to end it myself. You know, power game him. So, what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I have to prove my authority to him. Okay. Soften him up. Investigate the crime scene of the body. Look for a witness. Get help from a boss or a rep. Tie them to any other crimes.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Talk to Titus, establish authority. I mean, it's just updated the... Alright.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Yeah, so obviously I'm not gonna I mean, I could do the check now, an 8% chance to get it, but I don't really think it's a point. Obviously, you can keep redoing it, but yeah, there's no really point in doing it right now. All right. How the fuck are we gonna get this body down? Access the harbor. That's right. It wasn't these guys that were gonna help us. We have so many directions that we can go, all of which will have something to do. Wait, what happened to our map? I was gonna say, okay. Is this like a small area up here? Because we can maybe finish this section before going all the way down here and over here. Possibly. Because that actually work out, because I can go behind the crime scene. Ooh, who are you? It's just a new day. A good one?
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Good point. For working class women, why aren't you working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Good, good.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Need help with a policeman?
What with?
Watch your browse. Maybe your husband's missing?
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
What I'm hearing is you didn't know where your husband is.
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Wouldn't you like to?
No.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he isn't missing.
Of course he's not. It's not like he's a pocket watch. I wouldn't just lose him.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
No, let
She
it go.
gives you a short nod and shifts her attention back to books.
Keep fucking around with this. Watch your browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Alright, we're not gonna fuck around with the
woman before
missing
you
questions.
nods and returns to her reading.
So I did give in to my tendency there of just getting the dialogue for that one chain, but then I resisted the rest, because again, role-playing, I'm not gonna... He wouldn't be asking random-ass questions like that. Alright. Guessing these guys won't have any new dialogue for me, because we have nothing to ask them. Nothing new here. Alright, so let's see if this is a small area back here just to finish up this section. This. Bird? Go to this side first before going back over there. Ooh, what the hell? Find a place to sell these. Girl up there, she spilled the paint. Does have blood.
Up here, Piggo.
A locked? Wait. Hear the sound. Alright, what's this?
This is
Oh,
a
it's a
wall
wall.
on the side of an apartment building.
Okay, we're not doing... Damn. Fucking impossible conceptualization check. What the fuck? Alright, so who are you?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Cindy the Skull.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Yeah, when we were last tested.
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
Keep looking off to the side. What you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
That's not... Okay. She nods disdainfully towards a woman performing maintenance on the boat.
Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That Ozon her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Ooh, get reality lowdown from a rich person. Maybe that's that chick. Okay, so who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her.
Well, that works for what we're doing as well.
She's a professional negotiator, though.
All right.
I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Yeah.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
All right.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
What are we doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural.
I figured she was a
an
graffiti
aerial
artist.
graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
They didn't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed to facing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
Nice, I get to do a suggestion here, alright.
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
I was hoping to actually suggest something for her to draw, but okay.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
You know anything about the murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Later, Cindy.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
What do we get? It's saying it's new. What stuff's new? The extra zoom out that we don't need. How the hell do we get up there, though, I wonder? Oh, through the door, probably.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Fuck.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
Again.
The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Don't on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Hold on, who am I speaking to?
Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete floor.
This is the police. Open the door.
Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Alright. This is the thing for Kuno, isn't it? Okay, why does it keep telling me there's something new here? Not. But yeah, Kuno's drug thingy. Pretty sure this was it, because he said something about the cleaning lady. Not shown here, but... Alright, okay, we're just fucking around for now. Well, not fucking around, we're just looking around. Alright, so 2 birds, 1 stone. This might be the reality check as well as information on the murder, the victim. Alright, save. Worth more than you'll ever earn in all your life, yes. In terms of like our bonuses and shit. Here it is. Minus that, which should be fine, plus everything else. I like that. Putting on drama instead of physical instrument. I mean, in this case, I guess that'd work. Let's remember to switch that back. Alright.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Joyce Messier.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Holds out her hand. Shake it.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even.
Yep.
This is a tactic.
Yeah, and he said to throw her off, ask her random shit.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
It's with the tattoos. Let's just, again, random question. You're on the boat.
Why, yes I am.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
That's cool, but your boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
I don't know. Feels pretty.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, we're following Kim's advice. Alright, but what kind of boat is this?
It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
You have a license for this?
Officer, I assure you, I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Caillou? I thought we were on a Revachol.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Still haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
You have the guns and the ammo. Take this Clausen fiend down.
Let's talk about the economics of this boat you're on.
Oh my. The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
For Sissamundo, class war time, baby.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
He doesn't think that I'll be besting her in single combat.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Okay, well, at least get one reaction speed. Do I dump both my points into reaction speed? Because we're actually seeing how this can be useful in other dialogue options. I just lose the skill point for if we actually need it for, like, another check. Fuck it. Committed to it. Not thinking about it. Come on, don't fuck me. 72%. Fire back quick.
Your synapses flesh.
Okay, what's the good response here? Funny, I don't see any other eel's heels around.
You mean eel's hips. But point taken. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, light, interminably bourgeois boat.
There is no shame in her voice. A touch of sadness, yes, but no shame.
Alright, so whatever. At least again, reaction speed. This happened twice now. It didn't happen the first two streams, maybe because it was too low or something. But now 2 conversations in a row we got, or at least close enough, we got additional dialogue options for reaction speed, so it's definitely worth leveling that up. I think I can handle on the boat thing.
Good.
Alright, you seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
My theory is that this inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They're really one and the same.
Are they now?
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Aw, damn. See, now this is where, if I didn't spend those points, this would be a higher chance of getting this. That's okay. So where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
Hey, I'm a disco holder myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Might help me with a check. So what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about it.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Mentioned the sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
We near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable. Flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory. Beyond patriotism. A fact.
What makes it great?
History, detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built it?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
And when was it built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
Why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an important part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
A sparkle of lights on the horizon, like morning stars above the curvature of the planets.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
See.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Thought. What is this? Derealization. Nothing for temporary purposes. Name after name, none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something's wrong. I feel like a kid looking at stickers in the fridge. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch the corners. This feels like the most important of all thoughts. The one you truly must complete. Guess we will. We'll be filling up soon. We only have 3 slots left. I have to start trashing stuff, which again, I think costs a skill point. Yeah, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, wait, what? Are these not slots? Oh, fuck. Alright, well, that sucks. Motorics. Perception. I think I'd get rid of this one. I mean, even though I am specialized in perception. Yeah, I can already get it super fucking high, so I don't need, like, the +1 thingy here. So we can already get it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can get it to 9, so without that, I'd be getting up to 8. I think is fine. But we need a skill point. Damn, we need a skill point to get rid of it. That sucks, dude. Alright, at least it's there. I mean, at least we have the thingy.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
You know what? We'll listen to him. Alright, I'll continue later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Let me write that down then. One of the many things to do. Talk to... what's her name? Joyce Messier on sailboat on Wednesday to finish conversation. Okay. My notes are always written like in opposite caps because I have to hit caps lock to run. So it's like everything's in caps except like the first word.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Well, good news is that means we can do these checks again. Now, does that mean I shouldn't ask these either? I'll at least try this check. What is... think of something close to me.
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs. Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
A Revachol Citizens Militia?
Preciso mundo.
Good, and what is the RCM?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
I'm basically a throw-out of foreign interests.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
Text.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed, A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if the law officials of our nation need help with the basic terms of reality, well, then I'm here to help.
So all these are about reality. Again, we'll follow Kim's advice, or you know what he suggested or whatever, and we'll ask more later. I am curious again. I want this skill. There's this thought. All right, we're at 60 experience. Damn it. All right, it's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little
So now we have to
that I
ask her
know.
actual questions.
Anything else I can do?
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
What did they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Interesting.
She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more.
So who are the other Indo-tribes?
Son Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great Unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably helped start out with the royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world is quite an endeavor.
There are no minor cogs in the system.
Ooh.
Each terminal must be
Damn,
accounted
another
for,
thought.
lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
Damn, this is so... I like this system, because again, I don't know what the fuck the reward's going to be, and in fact I gotta use a skill point just to see if it's even useful, and if it's bad, I have to like use another skill point to take it out. It's pretty nuts. So all these Indo tribes spring into your head. Set loose the mention of Wild Pines, Royal Monopolies. But one of them is missing. There are only 14. Why do I feel like there was a 15th? God, dude. Alright. Alright. Start looking into... We need to get these skill points, damn it. Alright.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
So actually, I guess if it's all the same, I'd rather unlock a new one than start getting rid of these. Just unlock them for now. At least they'll give me the option of seeing what's there. So what can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus, you say? I'll slay it.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
I was making a joke here, but they took it seriously. Okay, leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What's your role?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Yeah?
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter
Nice.
20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
So I only passed this because we leveled up reaction speed. So a racist behemoth. The strike is connected to lynching.
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
Oh?
She's resolute in this, yet you sense that she wants to tell you. You'll have to earn her trust first.
Alright, tell me about this behemoth.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
How were talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Okay. Seems like they have no idea about business.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Most of them probably don't even know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Of course.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Workers can't be kings. The king is king.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position.
Yeah.
A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
Damn, so what are they really up to? Because they're demanding crazy shit. But they haven't actually said their true demands yet.
And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Call me tomorrow. Alright, so what happened to the previous negotiator?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
So tell me about the Union boss, Mr. Clare.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Say nothing.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Ugh, there are two of them.
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the Union itself, outside the brothers?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
I mean, as it is now, it's a problem, but the idea of it would be fine. See, this is what I'm not sure. Is she asking, like, when they were originally founded? Because if they were originally founded, then effective advocate. But right now, basically a socialist mob. I'm not really sure what she's asking, so I don't really know how to answer. Company has tried appeasing in the past. Afraid our concessions been emboldened by Everett. I'm guessing she's asking as they are now. I'm hoping she's asking as they are now. Basically a socialist mob.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades.
Okay, she was. Good.
However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
You said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Oh?
This forewoman, her name?
Her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly.
Weird.
I don't even know if
Holly.
it's a sir or given name. And I don't have access to the Union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Let's change the subject.
Of course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about the lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Nice. Alright. 25 more experience. Come on now. 25 more. Get a reality lowdown. Keep asking her about reality or return later. I think I have to finish asking her about reality then, because if I can complete the quests, that'll give me some experience to level up. So we'll do all this anyway, though.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Oh god. Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered an unusual medical episode? I lost my badge.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Well, all these options. I can either say yes, or I can elaborate. But if I elaborate, she might not like it. So, yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life and the world.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
Wow, compassion and sadness. So not like, worry or, not disgust, like distrust maybe. Alright.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Look at this. How do I negotiate my way out of this?
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Use this for a moment, madam.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, you.
Me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Yes, we should all stop building love.
This conversation isn't really about love. Try to keep up, okay? This is about the communism you've promised to build. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted. Is that true?
How come there's word in the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich.
When did I ever say this?
Landowners impel all people who have more
In fact, in
than
this conversation, I
25
kind of did the
riyal
opposite.
in their pockets. Literally
I guess there was like
all
1 or 2
human
points where I
beings,
mentioned it.
regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. I haven't said anything like that.
Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
It's too tiring. I don't have it in me. I'm beat down and broken.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism.
Yes, I'm opting out of communism.
Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one. There's one.
No, shut up. I want to lie down and let the water carry me downstream. Discard this thought. Interesting. So I unlock the option to be a communist. Alright. I said no.
Quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
Oh, he's really whispering here. How'd you hope it to go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Really? I thought I was going really well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
See that? Sure.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
Alright, and you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union.
Yeah.
Still, every chain has its weak link.
Yep.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now.
Yeah.
Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Well, we already have some suspicions one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Yeah, right.
Or not.
Yeah.
So, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the
Why
job
don't
is
you
done.
come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Seems true.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
So it's no coincidence the lorries are straight like this, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol.
Alright, so they closed the bridge so that
across the river, but the west,
we could stop the drug trade.
The weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wandered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have unions involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Very true. So you think the strike is funded with some source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, but she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Alright, I made it my just mind here in this investigation.
Yes?
We'll take it, probe the driver, see what it yields.
Excellent.
The jam
According to my
mystery.
reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Yeah, you know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
You know something.
Better not tie the 4th day to the Bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
That's all for now then. Actually, no, that's right. See, I want 15 more experience. Let's just do all these. So back to the reality stuff.
More lessons in basic
See if we can get some
reality.
checks,
My
some
favorite
experience
part of the
here.
day.
So
Go
what times
ahead,
are these?
ask me. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Really, for what?
For the big time.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
Ah, what is this revolution?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Tragedy.
Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it.
Anyone else got shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king?
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
By liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did they win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
One of the ultra-liberals. If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
But you said liberals already took everything.
The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The Coalition took the ground.
Alright.
The ocean, the laws, and the people.
So with the coalition.
The Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
So am I a moralist or not? Well... I mean, in the context of everything else... I don't think I'm a moralist, man.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
So when was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What'd Zarat do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
So where it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What's the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened to the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
We've been at this for 43 years.
Time flies.
What have you been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
After that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled
Good.
by
And
cocaine
more
and
experience.
quantitative easing.
That's all we need.
The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Bam. Thank you. Skill point. All right.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Okay. Let's unlock a slot. All right. See here. All right. After we go through this, I'm probably going to want to go east. Check out the convenience store. So we're gonna end this conversation for now with her, I think. We'll see. That takes 3 hours. That takes almost 6. Again, there's no real idea of what they give us. There's no negative penalty for now, but obviously, don't really know what that's gonna be. Both of these seem useful. This is labeled as the one you truly must complete, which obviously doesn't mean shit. Like, you know. So I guess we'll take this. Jamas Vu for now. And we're about to level up again, which I'll probably go ahead and get the other thing to see what this is. Jam mystery. Yeah, it's that thing. Alright, so is this still talking about... we'll finish this line of questioning, and then we can go to the, whatever the hell it's called. Convenience store, hopefully. So which side was Wild Pines Group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They chose wisely.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would side with the king.
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
I asked you first.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
I would have sought out a medical solution. Sounds like this Zarat drove these people mad.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
Okay. With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
There is curiosity there that goes unnoticed. Kim takes a step back, absent-mindedly.
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
That's enough.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
So I was gonna wait to ask this until later, but since this is the continuation of what we were just asking, I want to know who you are, or what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Say nothing.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
We already know, but let's get more clarification. What's an ultra?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal.
Well, okay.
From the
yeah, okay.
revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
What's so vile about that?
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
Okay. See, I want to say this, but I don't know if it's a joke. Fuck it. I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Vile devil.
I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends despite my scaly bulk. And the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinaise a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinaise, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
Oh my.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time.
You're a patriot.
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
You have daughters.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife.
Oh, damn.
Now, shall we return to reality?
I was kind of hoping we would... Okay. You know what? I mean, we already have this going. Fuck it. We only have one last thing to ask, because this conceptualization thing is going to fail anyways, so I'm not even going to ask that. So screw it, let's just finish this up and I can cross this off. So what is this? Spread my hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
So what is this?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
So she can hear his whole conversation. Or is that... Oh, that's just her doing the paint.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
Again, we'll just finish this. Fuck it. So what is this? Oh, where is that? Point to Cindy.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yeah.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
Good thing we went down this line, because not only were we expending a little bit of time to get that thought, we got already like 15 to 20 experience just from these conversations, since I leveled up already. Nice.
Alright. What next?
Alright, so fuck it. We'll just try it, because obviously I'll level up conceptualization eventually, right? Creatives, critics... You know what? I'll hold out on it. I mean, I probably will. But fuck it. We'll hold out on it. But everything else is asked. Even like this, what's the RCM again? It's just repeating the same question.
Glad to have been of assistance.
That's all.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
Damn, so we got 2 thoughts from that. One of which is equipped. The other one, obviously, we'll have to wait till we level up. Which we are about to. Off to the side. I mean, I probably will take that, to be honest. The thoughts... seem kind of cool. I was about to say they're pretty big, but they're not that big so far. Most of them are just increasing the caps, but... Alright, so I want physical instrument for now, just in case we need to do that, because I already have high drama. But since that was a conversation, put that on. So again, I can cross off, finish talking to her. You know what? Again, I kind of want to make a beeline, because we need 20 real for tonight. I want to make a beeline, which I swear I wrote down to the east. Or here. Now again, I could go behind here. And we have plenty of time for day. Time only goes when there's conversation. Save here. Like, I don't know how far this goes. This is just behind it, right? If this is just behind it, I can just loop around. I'm not going to interact with the door, though. I'm just trying to think. I wish I could pan the camera to look. But we can always come back. I'm trying to think of my own, like, remembering where we've been and all that.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Garden hose. Curtain shift. Can't grab that, obviously. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we can finish this section. Okay. Although, again, I think this is where the drugs are. You know what? Fuck it. No, I won't. Again, priority number 1 is getting that, I need to get the money first. Now, how much I'm not going to get it all from selling the bottles, but once I can figure out where to sell these bottles... Keep exploring while also banging out quests. I'm not going to go down there either. Talk to this guy. Oh, what is this? Maybe this is the place here? Yes, it is. Perfect. They're much hunkier than me. Shouldn't feel threatened by handsome men. Don't be silly. Okay, so this is gonna be nice and quick. Perfect. So we can talk to people now.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Racist lorry driver. Okay. It's not addressed to me, it's addressed to him. Why you address my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
He's right. You're undermining our best shot at real self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I can tell my guy's back and punch him on the shoulder. Or like de-escalate, sort of, and say, well, I think we all learned something here. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it, hey, Kim, I got your back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
Yeah, now that we pissed him off.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites. You could ask him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching.
Nah.
Maybe he was present.
We know it was the chick. I found this mug in the trash. Is it yours?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
No, the body is not down. The body's still up. To figure out how to get that down. I mean, one of the quest things is talk to the Union guy. I haven't been there yet. So is this mug yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
What was that argument about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Oh, so you're just racist. Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design, so naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
So today, we started out by talking to the people in the cafe, which is the striking workers, and then I made my way to the docks, and we talked to the Pines lady, and that's where we are. We did those two things. Now I'm walking over here to get to the store. All right. What else have you thought of?
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources.
What's the problem with that?
The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Uh-huh.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new subrace, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Don't push your luck, Runt.
I will say we didn't get to question him at
Looking
all.
for something odd?
But now we can.
Come to tell me to fuck
I mean,
off again?
I'm already guessing he's not part of the... Like, again, my character, we're guessing he's not part of the fucking drug trade. Although he could be. So what are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
Although, to be fair, I guess he doesn't even have to know he's, like, dealing with drugs. So it could be him. How long has this been going on?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Sounds like a cover story to me.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
Yeah, how it tackles mature themes, exactly. It just presents them like they're there. Like it's just, it is what it is, and that it's just a very like refreshing take. And again, like obviously he's a racist, and that's bad. But it's like it's not a caricature. So again, it's more realistic. Like he's a racist, and hey, I looked into it. There are books about this. Like it's kind of a semi-realistic response. You know, people will be like, "Oh no, I looked into this." It's either shockingly funny or just shocking. Yeah.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular Koiko picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
It says about rights and privileges of lorrymen.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
Loads of these themes. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just out there. Like people talk about like any of that stuff as if it's just commonplace. It's just accepted, and that kind of shows about like the environment they're in. Like yeah, you can talk about all these political themes, social themes, drugs, alcohol, racism, and it's just out there. Like they don't try to hide anything, and that's what makes it feel like really, really unique and different. Like people just. They just accept what they are and they believe it. It's just like, yo, this is the truth. Fuck it, you know? It's like, so yeah, I agree. It's really, really interesting. Alright, so, what's a Carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before machines.
So it was a garbage man.
Not at all. We're part of a guild and everything, huh? It's very ancient. Very prestigious.
You're in a Carter's Guild.
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice ain't no laughing matter.
Yeah, I agree. The setting in this world is really, really nice. It would be interesting to see, like, how, again, they get to make more of it and whatnot. Because it feels so refreshing, this area, because it's just so unique, but it's just so weird, because, again, I want to say it feels real, but, like, you know, again, it's so outlandish, like you're saying. It's so crazy, but they present this craziness in a believable manner. I guess that's the best way to put it. Believable. It's not real, but it's believable. Like you believe these characters when they say these outlandish things. Like it's just so well crafted. So you're a lorryman, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
You smell booze and cigarettes. What's the difference about narcotics?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Yes, his body's a temple.
There's Yorian. Take his side in this particular fight.
Interesting. And it's kind of cool too. He doesn't do drugs because of the racial implications that he's basically, helping the other races who are then stealing his job. But I can then turn that to potentially get him to find out information about these drugs. Listen, I agree. It's our responsibility to keep this poison off the streets, right?
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then...
Yeah, I love that argument. He's a racist. He doesn't do drugs because it's going to support the other races.
Damn. It didn't work. You should have signaled you're a nationalist before.
It almost worked. Alright, that's fine.
I don't know shit. And if I did,
So,
I wouldn't tell you.
If I agreed to his racism, he would have potentially helped. That's fine. Why are you still hanging around here? Most of the other lorrymen have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
If it's not you, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Who's that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
On my ass like ass cancer. So where do I find him?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Alright, we'll pay Sealang a visit.
Guess so.
You already know that he's not the person, but screw it. Let's see the soles of your boots.
Been admiring the stompers, right? For sure, I can demonstrate them.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately discernible pattern.
Thanks, not the one I'm looking for.
The man bites his lip and drops the near-finished cigarette lingering between his fingers. He reaches for a new one.
Alright. Let's go in here. Save. Where's here?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Good, so this is where we sell our tear. Good.
Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle.
Wow, I thought I'd get...
You're a richer man now.
I really thought I had like at least 5 worth. That was only 1.2. Oh, God. Oh, great. Okay.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
I know, hard knock life.
Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
What do these products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is...
Yeah, I heard about that. They're doing a TV series, yeah.
I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Can you be a little more specific?
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nozafed heals +1 health. Dramine heals +3 health.
Okay.
Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Good, so we don't need any of that right now. Who's Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint-Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint-Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Alright. Up here.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Of course.
The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work.
You sell any under-the-counter devices?
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
See that? Oh, here.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What's that?
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
It's exactly the same percent. I'll write down raincoats right here in case we would want them. I don't really see a reason, but you never know. Raincoats is 4 at Brit Place. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm definitely Darkest Dungeon too. Yeah, I love Darkest Dungeon. By principle, you won't touch it? Yeah, I will. At some point. And the good thing is, I think it's only $30 too. Which is crazy. But yeah, I know it's an Epic exclusive.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Everything
it's...
is out
I'm
on the
assuming it's
shelves.
timed. It probably is. But I know right now it's only on Epic, yeah.
What's that magazine she's reading?
What is Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
1 year, yeah. Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Alright. Yeah, it's true. It's in early access. What magazine you reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
So there's a picture of 2 girls kissing, so I could point to it and say, I approve of this. Thinking about all that, what is this Fashion Police feature?
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
I don't know. I'm not sure if she's gonna take this as a compliment or not. Also, that might be part of her uniform too. I don't know. I'll make the joke about myself. Who's the numero uno guy in there right now? Does he look like this?
No, I don't think so.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
I got some questions.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Does Frit have a warehouse in the back of the William Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
You know about the man who died?
Not really.
Not really? Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
Alright, how long's it been there?
I don't know, really... long?
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
Thanks.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for the help.
Uh-huh.
Bye. Alright. Well, that's good. I can cross that off my list. Alright, so now the thing is... Obviously, we have new places to go. We have things to do. Alright, nothing on the list really we can do right now. So... Oh wait, I have a, thing here. 3 T's. Alright. Irrigate the drivers on smuggling. To get the info from Joyce, potentially. Yeah, and getting the body down, which would then go in with getting authority with him, potentially. Oh no, that's the union boss, actually. That'd be the opposite. Again, helping Joyce would then get at least 2 other things done right now, too. Oh, wait, I have to ask Kuno about the armor? Since when? I think we can ask Kuno about the armor, and then maybe, do the stuff for Joyce, because then, again, checking out the drivers would potentially get info on the lynching, as well as the victim's tattoos, and maybe even authority in their eyes, but I'm not really sure. Okay. We won't be down here then, so we'll go back up to where we were. But at least I found out that's where you can sell that, and the unfortunate truth that we only had 1.2 real. I don't know how to get up here. It has to be from her room. Alright, back to Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I'm not sure which of these would be it.
About it?
Oh, here it is. Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
Kuno's fuck-gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna call him out on it. What do you mean you threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
You threw it in the sea.
Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
Oh, the troubadour.
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit. Came around pretending like he cares about cows. So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor. Go to the gate. Ask him yourself.
Alright.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
I know he's not gonna tell us, but fuck it. You're telling me this out of the kindness of your heart, Kuno?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today.
Uh-huh.
Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
All these contusions in the body, you do that?
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Contusion's a bruise. Talking about the marks your stones left on the corpse.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Right, is there anything
Yeah,
else to ask
The
here?
kingdom
Nope.
of yeah, whatever.
Alright, good.
Kuno doesn't.
Alright, so we haven't been, Harbor Gates yet. But again, I think we're gonna do this. Should be up north here, but then again, I don't actually know how to... I thought she said north, but I don't see any, like, drivers here. Otherwise, the, three drivers at the intersection. Unless you're supposed to, like, go down the other way and loop around. Obviously, there's no intersection or anything up there. I'm assuming that's where the drugs are for Kuno. Holding a kilo of Kuno. But I definitely want to level up for that. So, you know, I guess I will go this way, because I know the vehicle's not up there. We could look over here, because it looks like a small area, to make our way up that way.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
I am the law.
You sure are, my man.
Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on?
It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You can almost taste it.
What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon
Oh, okay.
days.
So I think, okay, I was actually waiting for, like, car intersections, but no, I think this is it, and I'm just scattering about. Alright. Limbo, huh? That's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
How long you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
About this strike?
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
What's he demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Maybe I should go on strike.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long. Plus, you can get shot. Why not?
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother.
No, my mother, but I'd go on strike against her too for my rights.
Okay, but do continue. You were asking about the strike?
Anything else you should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What you hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Wicked. Always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
That's your machine behind you?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Found A6 you got there?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
So could I get one of those tracksuits?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
Ah, so you're carrying nothing legal there then?
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Right.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Damn, dude. Obviously we'll try the check and fail it. This one's gonna be interesting with these thoughts that I have. I have to get skill points for that, but then we need skill points for leveling. Goddamn. Many good options. Know anything about the dead man there?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Yeah, it's like your girl telling you your empathy's too low. So what's your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Would asking him about the drugs... I don't think that'd have a penalty on this. It might actually help me, if anything, but it's probably gonna do nothing. But I'm just trying to think about, penalties and whatnot. We'll do this. You seem like a man who knows about drugs, although based on last conversation, it seems like he's not. He's against that.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go
Like
way
he's
back.
not on the dark side of things.
Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me.
Yeah.
There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let me be straight with you. Trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think would be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Both very low. Oh, man. But since they're, retry, we can do these later. I mean, we'll try it right now for low chance, but we'll fail them both. So what do I see in his eyes?
In his eyes, an familiar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Oh, dude, I mean, the Kuno check was nuts, because that gave us, like, super important info. That was also a very low % chance, but nice. Okay. Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
What's in the southwest?
Excuse me?
Hell, I get longing. I felt something similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Diora?
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
Like to miss someone.
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Copman? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
This is the first half-light check. What the hell is half-light? Let the body take control, threaten people. High-strung investigation, shoot now, ask questions later. Surprise haters. Makes you ultra-attuned to the world. You'll be ready always to pounce. Okay. Interesting. I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Nice. So we somehow passed that super low % check, but now we're gonna miss this one. He's a poet. Hit him with your best verse.
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
She broke me. She fucking broke me.
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
No, Tommy, these are my rhymes. Listen. She fucked me till I bled.
That's,
Oh, morale went down.
In the name of God, what are you doing?
It's not real, guys. It's not my actual thoughts. It's a poem.
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but...
I will never be the same again. She's always there. Fuck the case. Fuck everything. Total doom.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
He's not lying. He liked the end.
Huh?
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
I'm not gonna ask him for money. Alright.
Don't be a stranger.
He's a cool guy. Okay. Go this way first, because I'm assuming it just dead ends. Can't walk anywhere. Good. Why did it zoom in there? Weird. So what is this?
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
What is this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
Oh, because I got the reality and heard the crater story. Okay, damn. What did this king do?
What did he do?
What?
You have no idea.
You
what
asshole.
you did a week ago. How would you know?
How did I
what
fail a
this guy
92%
did
chance?
many
God damn it. I guess that's because I passed a 28.
High above you, the king
Alright, we gotta come back
stands
to that.
triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
What indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Lieutenant, has someone shot the king?
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
Yeah, R and Jesus giveth, R and Jesus taketh away. To be honest, I'd rather pass that check than this one. Not that that gave us any new information, but hey. So what do you think?
Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
Cool. The king and he's shot.
Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
Yeah.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
Well, I mean, encyclopedia isn't something traditionally I'd want to level up. Again, I'm thinking about, like, you know, what I consider my character's core skills. Now, obviously, if we have a check where I just want to put one more point in, we will. And normally in games, I would go for something like this. It's just, again, the character I made, I wanted him to be more so conversation-based and whatnot, as opposed to just being smart-ass. Well, not really smart-ass, but just being super smart. So I'm sure at some point we will level up Encyclopedia for that. At that point, it'd be a 100% chance, so we won't fail. Alright. Ooh, yes. Oh my god, that's almost as much as we got from all of our bottles being sold. Oh, we still need so much more just to pay for tonight. Alright.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your...
Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead.
Snap your fingers, front of her face.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Snap twice.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Me? I'm the law around here.
Then I don't suppose you could tell me where we are, Lawman. Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
When else would you be?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
So who is this actor here?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
I take it you were in Mesque when you were young?
Someone was.
Okay, someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
All of what? The world? The present? She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
We'll have some questions for you. Please, questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
I mean, they did say a woman. I don't know if it'd be this old lady, but then again, if she is the one transporting the drugs, maybe. So what are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Diamonds?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Sure, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't even know.
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it outright, even though we're gonna do it later. I guess that makes sense, mind your own business.
Of course it does. What did you expect?
I don't understand this whole, Boyadero thing, though.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
So on the Western Plain, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
Guessing it doesn't happen.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
I think I see where this is going.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte.
Oh.
Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought it was going.
You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler?
Yeah.
You hear that, Lawman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
You drive a lorry if you get like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
What routes?
Lomonosov's Land, Udachnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatalia Magistral, U41A, Autostradas do Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly.
I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say?
Can I see you sole your boots?
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
Please help me out here, it's important.
Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are not Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other?
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
What do you mean it was the coronation of Franco Negro?
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Sheriff who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
Alright, Kim, she's not the old odd soul, not the boots that made the prince.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
Seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
Where can I get my hands on experience like that?
If you don't know,
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Wanted to ask if you'd be interested in smoking some drugs.
why would I want to do that?
Commerce, lifeblood of the Islas.
Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about?
Okay, let me put it this way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
You said earlier you don't know what you're hauling. Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Lowman?
Drugs?
No, Lowman. Diamonds.
Alright, if I had to guess, if you had to guess, who you think is smuggling drugs?
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
I don't really care about your diamonds.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
Alright, if you're not involved with drug trafficking, then why are you still here?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the filters of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
He's like, the only guy I see must be him. At least she was honest. 1 more hour. 1:14. Okay. At 3 o'clock, we'll get that. I should be leveling up very... Oh, we did level up. Alright. I think I have to. One last time, and then we might have to start working on... back to our skills, but... I'm curious to see what this stuff is. But I really should start working on the skills again. There's so much good stuff in this game. Alright, so we've been all around there. We are now heading in this direction. All of them, what is this?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
I know, I need to get the body down. I'm internalizing Jamas Vu and the 15th Indo tribe. I have no clue what they're going to give me. Jamas Vu at least says I should complete this, but of course that's just like an internal thought, like, oh, I must complete this. But this seems like it might, like, based on description, be useful of giving me something to remember. Whereas this is more like a historical thing, so maybe it's like encyclopedia based. I don't know. I have no clue. Never seen that. I got them both from talking to the lady by the boat. Both of these were from her. Yeah. So I have no clue what's going to be because there's not even like a temporary bonus for either of them. So I mean, there's not really any idea what it could be anything. All right, look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays. It is a seal of Royalist-era Revachol.
Really? Okay. What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Think the lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Alright. Well, what do I want to do? We have so much. I think I'll continue in here and see what this is about. American History X, yeah.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Just walk in and say, I am the law. I'm tempted to do it just because at this point, they know who I am. Just to fuck around and say screw. I mean, they're gonna insult me anyways. But again, it is a really bad way to start out as well. Nah. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone.
Let's see.
Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Oh.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of a cause are we talking about?
Rights of people. rights of workers to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Alright, well, I have some questions.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Okay, so this is Come Manana that the other chick talked about. What's a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
What do strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
Yep.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Wondering if he's actually not a worker, if he's like here for someone else. So ill-fitting, what's that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his.
Uh-huh, so he's been hired by someone.
Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Who are all these strike breakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Exactly you from?
What's it to you?
Routine, part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one of them I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it. You lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
See, the thing is, I don't know if he actually was lying or not. There was no indication that my character knew that. But again, role-playing, my character is suspicious of him, so I would be suspicious of the place he said.
Work! Right to work! Shame on you!
I wasn't done asking questions.
Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
See.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Alright, what's your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
You're unable to breach it?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Just talk to him.
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
Look, I want to get in the harbor too.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. You trying to meet their fat boss?
I'm interviewing people about the murder.
I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
Absolutely nothing?
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
Not really my area of expertise.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us work!
Alright, interesting. So we got you. Money. Every little bit helps. Alright, talk to you.
Scab?
Missed something there to look at. We'll look at it.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
Let me get this right now on the off chance that has potential to help me with a check or something. No, okay.
You a scab now?
What exactly is a scab?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Where they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
You don't seem like them too much.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Have you tried talking to him?
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I'm investigating a murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
Maybe you want to help me solve it by telling me who did it.
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
A lot of things we want to ask him, including potentially moving the body. What's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Alright, let me write that down because there was no mention of that in the asks. So, talk to, what is it, Call Me Manana at, whatever, the worker gate after talking to union boss. Alright. First things first, I guess. You're the man that Kuno said, knows about the armor.
The little boy had a good on his promise.
Promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, Why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
Sounds about right.
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble.
The Kuno used us to what, scare you?
It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
The probe into the armor. What'd you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Alright. But what about the leggings? That'd be a 5th part.
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
Okay. I'm ambitious. I'm gonna find all of them. All the pieces.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, and I would leave the boots to processing, but okay. Let's find all of it.
It's implied. He finds it unlikely that you will succeed in this.
A mesquite epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you.
Alright, well thanks for cooperation.
No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful. He is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
So I'm looking for assistance with a dead body situation.
Body still hanging in the tree? Hey, that's a rough pickle. Can't help you with that, sorry. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance.
This mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
I can just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Uh-huh.
Then go past him again.
Okay.
And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
They think it's actually quite difficult.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation.
Uh-huh.
Or you could convert to a Semini Supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has any scab ever tried converting his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
And anyone bests him in physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Got it.
Sure.
That's it. Huh. Okay. Again, so many things. We can return to Kuno and confront him. I have to get the boots off. So we're gonna try it. Fuck it. Oh god. I mean, I really want to get the body down first before we get the boots off. And interrogating the drivers. Didn't we talk to 3 of them? Where else are there any other drivers? Oh, I talked to everyone. Like, where's the guy that he accused? Here. I already grabbed that, didn't I? Oh. There you go. Yeah, I don't know where the guy is he accused. Talk to everyone down here. It was those 2. And there's no one else here. Oh, wait. Did we talk to him last night? We must have. Or maybe he wasn't there last night because it was nighttime.
There are clothes
I think that's what it
inside.
is. Okay.
Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium
There you go, that's him,
class
perfect.
clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Hey, the economy, what are you talking about?
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
That doesn't make any sense. Why exactly does the economy need saving?
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
You're right. We gotta save Mother Economy.
That's the spirit. We've all got to do our part. Your part is to open the box and buy some clothes.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
Let's try to find something worth scavenging.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker.
Alright.
Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
No thanks. Alright, we at least look back here.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
Borat? Yeah, I can see that.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Try 'em on.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for $2.50.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
I'm too sensible for those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Rummage through.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Sure. We'll try to find some more sunglasses, but then fail.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere $6.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
Are firefights something we should be prepared for, Kim?
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
It does give you perceptions. That's interesting. Fine. This.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, Ultra series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Way more expensive than the night at the hotel.
Only? That's madness.
Reaction speed and hand-eye coordination. Alright, check out speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
What about the speakers, though? Doesn't anyone want them?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash? That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Can't I buy the sad speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
Interesting. Is he storing drugs in the speakers? That's why I want them. I think I might be a lo-fi socialist junk myself.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't know what I am. I don't even know myself. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra.
Okay.
50 cents?
So not drugs or anything.
So you have to buy the sneakers first.
Okay. And now we actually question him.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
So I can try to persuade him to give me some money. I might see where he's from first to see if that can get me any kind of checks, positive things here. So where are you from?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
From the Apricot Suzerainty, right?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say you're from Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
But isn't it only a shithole because of Revachol?
If you say so, officer. I don't worry
Damn.
too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me.
This is a check I would love to get. But 42%. Let's see.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
You, I want your money now.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
I don't know, it's the only thing I could come up with in my head. I need to get money somehow.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
Sorry, detective.
What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
Oh, I'm super into drugs.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
Alright, we're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorryman. Another driver identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
It wasn't some drug crowd. You know who they are. Tell me.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
If you don't want to get into this mess, you have to give us a reason to move on.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Interesting.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
So who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Could she be associated with the Hardy Boys?
I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything about that.
Was the lady driver that old woman there? Pale driver?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
Alright. Nice, we got the thought. So I mean, she could have been putting on an act.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Nice. So because we got him to rat out the lady driver, we get another try at this at a higher percent. So I didn't know that. So that's awesome. So actually, I should try the checks first, I guess, and then do the questions, because every time you get like a +1, you can redo it. I didn't know that. All right, so 58%. Come on, give me some money.
Start with a little compliment.
Yes.
Then work your way up from there. This is about business.
Plus, it kind of works out, you know? We kind of squeeze some info out of him. It's like, hey, by the way, now that you kind of told us some information that you don't want anyone knowing you told us, maybe I can get a bit of a loan here? You seem a little successful. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
Invest into me not telling your employer about your operation.
That! You drive a hard bargain, officer. I respect that. Okay. What's it going to cost me? Be reasonable.
10 real.
Sounds like a fair deal all around.
So I could have said 1,000,000 and maybe gamble down, but all I really wanted was the 10. So now we have enough for tonight. Now I gotta start making money for, again. Right now, the most thing that stands out would be the boombox, because I can see us needing to play tapes, potentially. Otherwise, there's plenty of other things, like the clothes for stat boosts and whatnot. Alright.
Corruption.
Oh, shit.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
Damn, that's right, Kim. Oh well. Thanks.
Jamais vu. Derealization.
Alright.
Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen.
Huh.
Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Interesting. Before you get the fun part of seeing with the stat bonuses, is this a real thing? I've never heard of this. And I don't even know what it's describing. Jamais vu. It is a real thing. Huh. Experiencing a situation that one recognizes in some fashion, but nonetheless seems novel and unfamiliar. I don't know if I've ever felt this. I probably have, I just can't think of anything. Huh. Involves a sense of eeriness and the observer's impression of experiencing something for the first time, despite rationally knowing they've experienced it before. Okay. Commonly experienced when a person momentarily does not recognize a word. Or less commonly a person or place that they know. Can be achieved by anyone by repeating, writing, or saying a word out loud. After a few seconds... Oh, okay. And I've actually done that. If you say this one word over and over again, the word feels weird and sounds odd. So that's jamais vu. That's one example of it. Okay, so I have done that. I mean, it's also... I mean, I guess that's the best example, because like not remembering a person is just not remembering. But if you say a word over and over again, and it starts feeling weird and all that, okay, interesting. Never heard of that. Jamais vu. Alright, now the big thing. What is it? +1 XP for every orb clicked? And all intellect caps raised by 1. Yo, that's actually fucking amazing. Okay. Hell yeah, I'll take that. This has another 4.5 hours to go, though, but okay. So find out who the lady driver is. That body's never gonna get moved. And that body's gonna stay there forever. Let's go yell at Kuno. We'll juggle these two things. Kuno and then lady driver.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I talked to Mignon about the armor.
So?
You should thank him.
Yeah, I'm gonna trick him. Nothing, that tip really paid off good. Nice job.
What? Don't be playing Kuno off as a snitch bitch. The oldest trick in the book, people.
Are you snitching, Kuno?
This is some ancient bullshit, people. Kuno would rather take 10 than snitch. Pig's full of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
You found a real nice button to push. Turned the tables on him.
Alright.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
So there's no payoff for that, other than, you know, fuck with Kuno, which is nice. Damn, alright, well we still have to find this. May take a while, like a long while, okay. Get the boots. Again, I would really like to get the boots when he's down. In order to succeed, the body has to be down. There you go. Autopsy has to be finished. Kim has to be absent. There you go. Interesting how they break that down for you. Alright. Well, if we can't get the fucking body down, there's no new options.
The man before you is
Yeah.
naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots.
So we have to go to the union thing, but again, I have to... Okay, now I gotta think priority-wise. I do think getting the body down should be a priority, honestly. It really should be. As much as I want to, like, you know, doing this one thing will then, like, complete 3 other things. So, like, investigating the, where the fuck it is, the jam mystery. This will then, like, again, unlock, like, 2 or 3 other things. I think getting the body down should be the priority at this point. So, fuck it. I've got to try to do stuff like that. Try to prioritize. Now, the problem is we're going to have to talk to the union guy, so who knows how long that's going to take to get to him. But, again, it'd be even longer if I didn't do this right now. Case of strike. Push button behind guard. Alright, we're going to have to try to talk to him, because obviously we're not going to be able to fight him. There's no lock picking or door kicking in this one. That reminds me, like, we don't have tools for lock picking. We have bolt cutters, yeah. And again, I could use this, but that removes authority. We don't really need empathy or inland for this. It's just him here. Alright, let's give it a shot. Do a quick save and a manual save. Gotta wait.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Alright. Size him up.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
Those big words.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
Damn, I don't like any of these options. Puff out my chests. Like, I like to still say nothing, but puff out my chests. He's gonna call me out immediately. These two are just like, you know, crying about him insulting me. And this one's just being like, oh, I'm a cop, please let me through. So I guess I'll puff out my chest and say nothing.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Oh god, it's gonna be a physique or whatever endurance check we're gonna fail. Or physical instrument. I don't know which one.
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely.
Yeah.
Your breathing is erratic.
Obviously.
Your own heartbeat in your ears grows frantic, and you feel your blood pressure rise.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman.
He actually seems kinda nice, not gonna lie.
Friend. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability.
Again, he speaks. He's not a dummy. He's not a brute.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al Ghul.
Ras Al Ghul?
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
What is Al Ghul?
Yes, Al Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Ah, understood.
I doubt it. My microcephalic race servant.
You're right. I'm an alcoholic, and I need that dead body to no longer be in the tree.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it. Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
I am the police. I need you to comply. Fine. I mean, this might work. If these two are enemies, I can point out that he's just like that guy. Obviously, I don't think it's gonna work. It's gonna piss him off. We'll see. That fat racist over there. You're just him after pumping some iron.
Look at my chronology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
You're right about all this. Now I need you to help me get that corpse down.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own.
That mean I have to become a Semini supremacist myself?
Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Nice. So I can actually subscribe to his theory and then say no, which is good. I mean, again, that's realistic. You know, I don't have to say, yeah, like, oh, hey, I agree with you, and then I actually agree with him. We can just tell him we agree and fucking move on. So I still want these questions answered, and hopefully we don't fuck up this. You know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
This your kind of thing?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it. Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
What are those tattoos supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
Say nothing.
Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not have a reply. You should enter a deep race slumber. Perhaps In 4,000 years, there is need for a servile homunculus.
Why are you not with the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
There's more to it. What have you got against them?
Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. It's shameful.
What do you know? We give up on asking about the narcotics peddler. And then we find out some info about the narcotics peddler. Alright, who do you mean?
Find out for yourself.
Ah, fine.
And don't
oh, I was gonna mention of it.
Interesting.
Alright, well, let's subscribe to his advanced race theory.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Measurehead, I'm new to this world. Help me understand its races. I need to know what kind of different races are there.
Do you?
This is for the thing.
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then, to you, he lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on?
Hey, Bay.
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Who are the Maun?
You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
Maun is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Huhu, are much more lactose intolerant.
In clogs, though?
In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green, orange, and even yellow tassels have also been seen on hats.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Got it. So who are Type A then?
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina. The ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea. The Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners. All have Type A race propensities. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
Who are these Semines and area Pagites in this?
As proven by the Mound and the Mask, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Semines and the Areopagite are on the ascent.
Alright, this is a lot of like very specific info that I'm not gonna remember. So let's continue on. What's the difference between Semines and Areopagites?
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Semines are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite superrace. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
God, there's so much here. Type B?
Type B are the unheroic races.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this dialogue.
Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
The mud-colored?
To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish. Like pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare.
Although this is actually
cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the
So pinkness is like a negative trait. So even though they're white, they're slightly pink, which then he considers, you know, mud-colored.
The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad are all...
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
Alright. You don't like ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite, its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semenese.
Alright, and the Vacheliers?
The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial.
Too mixed, okay.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
Alright, so again, we're pretending to agree with him, and I am skipping this dialogue now, because it's super, super in-depth to the point that we don't really need to know the very specific races and shit. But at this point, again, we're trying to pretend to be on his side. These three options are going against his view on the revolution. But we're not going to do that, because we're going to pretend to be on his side. So what was this revolution?
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes.
Yep.
A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade.
So he says that this the disease that we already heard about, that it didn't cause a revolution, but was a factor in it. He's saying it was obviously genetic from these lesser races.
Enough of Tibet.
Alright, so tell me about the worst races.
Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments.
Yeah, such a nice guy. At first he didn't seem like an asshole, but you know.
Tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
These experiments here.
Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a... The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Yeah, so once again he's saying that, you know, when these weaker races mix, they can't even have kids. They're so weak. So any more?
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki?
Sure.
The Koiko, as you know, are very servile. especially when they meet the rich man.
So he's saying that these two races can be mixed to create workers, aka slaves.
This will never happen. The Simonese and the Khoikhoi may have similar
But too bad, because one of those races just can't hold an erection.
But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of types.
Alright, now that we've been through all the types, do I understand the advanced race theory?
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it.
Will you help me get the body down if I do?
We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way in, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
Alright, so this is a time where, video game mechanics wise, they told me that I could accept this and then get rid of it. Now, I'm wondering, it's probably going to be a thought like this. So does that mean I have to get rid of it by spending a skill point to get rid of it? Because that would be kind of suck. But at least it's only a skill point, and I can get through here quicker. I did do a manual save before this because, again, we're not really save scumming, but in this case, it's actually like a game mechanic that I'm not sure of. So we're going to accept this. But if I actually have to, be this racist, we have to reload save. But I'm going to trust the game. They said that we could accept this, and what I do with it is up to me. I can get rid of it. And again, worst case scenario, I'm assuming, is I have to spend a skill point to get rid of it, which would suck, but it's definitely a choice I would make. So, let's just hope. Alright, how do I word the mystery?
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me.
Ah, fuck.
This clarity does not come instantly.
Ah, fuck. So not only, yeah, it's easy to learn, but then I'd have to spend a skill point to either take something out or get this, and then spend another skill point to take it out, so it'd be 2 skill points. Ah. Why? Oh my god. Fuck, man. Shit.
I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
I can do a 28% chance to knock him out, but I feel like if you fail this, some bad shit's gonna happen. Man. God damn it, dude. So what would the other options be to get into here? Fuck, dude. There's just so much that we need to do. Fuck, dude. He said there were other ways to get in, but I haven't seen any yet. Again, possibly I could see if I was helping the negotiator with all of her shit. Eventually we, as in like us two and her, can go in here possibly to negotiate. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the advanced race theory. I know, advanced race theory, no, we can't do it. Damn. I would actually think about it if it was just the 1 skill point. But again, not only do I have to, spend the skill point to unlock the thing, like I have to spend the skill point to take it out, and yeah. Again, it'd be one of those things where, like, I would definitely roleplay as me just pretending to agree with him. Alright, well, fuck it. Again, so we can't go anywhere else but up here. Let's go talk, let's talk to them, see if we can get any intel on who this lady is. We only know one lady driver so far.
Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Heard that one of the drivers is a woman, but I don't think she's here. You know this lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She might be involved in the drug business.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. and I don't know where she is.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
She look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed.
Oh.
It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Exactly. So what's her name?
Thank God I don't know.
Yeah, that's because he's not gonna
People
tell
here
me.
call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
When'd she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
Says she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
Did she leave her lorry behind when she left?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends, then acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her out.
Uh-huh.
Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not the time to focus on feelings.
Huh.
You need that info, son.
Interesting. Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation, too. It's important. Can't blow it.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
So you're right with others ratting her out. You just don't want your hands dirty.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too.
I mean, not gonna lie, obviously he kind of kept her a secret until I asked about her. But he's been pretty forthcoming with me. I don't know, like, if we need him for anything else. I don't really want to burn that relationship. We'll find another way.
Thank you, friend.
Damn it. Oh, good, I can
Wow.
come back and
This
change my
makes
mind
me
anyway.
feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
Alright. But for now, we'll try the other ways, but thankfully I can come back and question him. Force him.
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Snap my fingers.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Herife?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I was told a woman driver. You're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Herife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
So you're not the driver everyone's terrified of.
I'm only terrifying to small children, and to those who used to know me.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
Why are you scared of people who used to know you?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
You said long haul, that's...
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any vocals.
Then who's the female driver?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around? When I have my movies to go to.
Oh, I know.
Oh, Sim.
Alright, well, this guy... Obviously... He knows we're not on his side. But... If this chick is peddling the drugs, it's helping the other races, which he might not like. Well, I mean, he says he doesn't like, so there's a chance that alone will have him help us. We'll see.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
See, it's gonna come up to bite me. I know you've been giving me the runaround. Fess up. Where's Lady Driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
Who does? You?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
I know. I was trying to get him to say it, Kim.
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock controls what is probably the most powerful organized crime outfit in Revachol West. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Oh.
Yeah, him.
Cross my arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM.
Ooh.
Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting into this.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurching.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Wow, that is a shitty roll. Oh, God. And Half-Light. God damn. Well, that's not happening ever. God damn, dude. Really? Oh, it's so bad. Alright, we'll take the 28% chance. Make him tell you what he knows.
The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most important thing is, how does it look on your resume?
Why don't you and me step outside for a little talk?
What? What do you think we're doing right now, Runt? We're outside, talking.
Damn it, shit.
There's some kind of homo thing?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Okay, that's enough, detective.
Yeah.
That's enough. Let's just go and ask Tommy, alright? We are wasting our time here.
Oh, sorry, Tommy. I tried my best to not force you. God damn. But again, I think everything else is hinging on this. Because the only other, like, quest line thing that we might be able to do is the drugs for, Kuno. There's still people to talk to up there. But, like, I don't think talking to any of them is going to advance this stuff, because this is the stuff I want to advance. God damn, that sucks. Why? Be racist with driver or racist with measurehead, yeah. Those are the options that we had so far, is to pretend to be racist for one of the two people. So unfortunately, burn this potential friendship here.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Change my mind about your friend.
What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here.
No, there's not. We talked to everyone else, so she's a suspect. I need you to tell me where she is, or I can't finish the investigation.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends.
Yeah, oh well. Where is this lady driver?
Here.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the Statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
Why'd you have the keys?
She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
You know where she is now?
No. I don't know.
Let's go.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir. I know it was hard, but you did the right thing.
You don't really think so?
I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be in the RCM. Take care, sir.
Well, again, as of right now, we got all the information from him that we could. So we don't really need him for anything else, but, you know, if there's any other information that we eventually need, it sucks to fracture that bond, but, again, we tried. Oh, is this it right here? That's it right there. Yeah, good guy Kim. I figured there's no point in apologizing to him, because he wouldn't really care either way, so... We just moved on. The way, how long does this have? Damn, this still has 3.5 hours left. Whew. 9:40. Alright.
This screen found
Or 1940.
Contemporain is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
Peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers.
Unlock it.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just...
Breaking this guy over advanced theory. Yeah.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century.
Damn.
One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
What's that smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably Grenade No. 5.
Look at the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. This is Tip Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
Oh, what happened?
She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street. a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Check out the toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Unfold it.
It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Pick it up.
It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the ULAN frequency system.
The ULAN frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes.
Check the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed. Likely by the missing lady driver.
Interesting. So she has a locked radio, almost as if it's like a private transmission between her and some people that don't want to share the frequency or something.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
So why would anyone need so many?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. It's quite a range too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else is here?
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat.
Alright, check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper here.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
It would also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole. Bam.
Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
One of the footprints at the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
This is the missing 8th Hardy here.
Looks like her, yes.
And she's also the one running the drug trade.
Now we know for certain who is the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
I'm trying to remember. Didn't someone say she might be, like, trouble, though? They might have said that. Not necessarily. Lady Driver could have kept the drug trade secret.
You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter.
Yeah.
Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling.
And the problem is we don't have our...
The radio
that quest where we like show him authority or whatever.
And a faint smell of perfume is in the air. You close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Alright. So again, we're gonna try not to tell Joyce like the details of everything. I don't know how well it'll work.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation.
Yep.
I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter.
Me too.
Particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well-funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed. Or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
It turns out this is connected to the Union.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them to
Exactly.
other ends as extra ammunition.
Yep.
Meaning, someone as slippery as Everard won't be caught by a couple of cops and some stuff they found in some cabin.
I mean, I'm sure they don't matter, but you know, these movie posters factor into this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin.
Yes, well...
I mean, none of this matters.
Unimportant.
Yeah. Will the RCM open an investigation?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean.
Uh-huh.
Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption.
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Alright, debrief over.
Debrief over. After you.
So I guess there's a very small, well, not a very small chance. There is a chance that by doing all this, we can get these guys in here to help us get the body down, which is my original thought when we started today. Do I want to confront them first? Or go back to her? No, I want to go back to her, because then I can use, potentially, talking to her as a, advantage for them. Oh, wait. What's this? Oh, we're looking for those two. Okay, never mind. I thought it was trash on the ground. Yeah. Alright. Save.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Spoke with the lorryman about the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Nice, got a skill point. Where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter.
Uh-huh.
And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
No, we don't need to cut him off. Let him handle it.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
That's what I would want to say, but he would say that much more elegantly and less aggressive than my character would. And I know that, so that's why I let him speak.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn.
Wow, she didn't press any further.
I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it
Alright.
may be.
Huh? Include this.
No. We need to discuss this now. There isn't time to waste. Bloodbath, remember?
You're right.
She sips from her thirst.
Oh, okay, so this is the actual thing here. Alright, tell me again how the lynching and strike connected.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor
Mhm.
as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse in faith.
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker.
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply
Yeah.
a piece of rhetoric or a joke.
Well, this makes
They did not
sense.
appreciate the humor.
So they sent down the negotiator. These people gave them ridiculous demands. So instead of negotiating, they sent this mercenary to, beat these guys up. But of course, the mercenary himself got killed. So do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me.
Yeah. They sent the
Be
death
frank,
squad, exactly.
Our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience.
Normal
They
negotiations,
also have trauma
yep.
and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching.
I would expect that, yeah.
Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
They're just gonna fuck people up because of it, yeah.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, this is not good.
It's not good, no. My only hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Seraï's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
Great.
These men
Good
work
to know.
in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
Yeah.
As I said, a bloodbath.
I think the confrontation is inevitable.
It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, badgeless officer of the citizens' militia. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in 3rd or 4th world countries.
Yep.
Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Anything else?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
Yeah, she does seem like she does.
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM, I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Didn't you just call them off? Contact the company? Tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
So you said ceased assault of the woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal.
Well, we heard
I
about
cannot
that.
testify by it.
Well, what's interesting again, though, is there was that whole rape that the other people don't want to talk about. So who did the passing on, then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What did the teenagers say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place?
Oh,
and when?
We actually did, because we interviewed them. I know, another perfectly normal adult theme here.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
And his name?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Yeah, tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
Smart?
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining two mercs?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth.
Yeah?
They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
We already got high logic, but still. Scab leader, murder, bad reply. Clothes didn't fit right. Scab leader built like a brick. Didn't pass background check. Okay. Interesting. So because we went to the scab leader, we got all this stuff here. So where are these mercenaries?
One is obviously the scab leader.
Yep, there you go.
At the harbour gates.
Now we need to find the woman.
chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in the ill-fitting work clothes.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Let me see if this is marked or sure. I'm gonna write this down then. Obviously this will be for tomorrow. Real life tomorrow, not in game tomorrow. Scab leader is Merc. Female Merc nearby, but we might find out here in a second where.
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant, but my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
So one of the other mercs, the female, is probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
I'll write that down. Female merc overlooking roundabout. Alright. Wasted 3 days boozing off instead of defusing this nuke, exactly.
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
Alright.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Alright, we can now ask her about the
I'm sorry to have been
tattoos,
the bearer
though.
of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Yeah, tell me about these tattoos.
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Observe her expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like vias in a microcircuit.
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
Alright. So what's the use of the map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
See, this is where it's like sometimes I don't know if I'm speaking out loud or to myself, because I don't want to say out loud some of this stuff. But I think this is talking to myself. I've spoken to him. For now, the soul is fastened in his corpse.
That is precisely what the sailors feared.
Okay, that
when
was
they
out
drew
loud.
These maps.
But she didn't think I was a freak.
Fear of drowning.
It's so hard to tell when you're
within
speaking
one's
out loud
own
versus
corpse.
talking to yourself here. Alright, what travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
What?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
It's no brother of mine, but this is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to.
Yeah.
This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Alright, so who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
This whole world for a small story, yeah.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Nah. I need that information.
Do what you have to do, detective. I don't
All
think
that is just
deciphering
getting the
that
task
tattoo
anyway.
should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Thanks for the help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nope. Alright, so again, we leveled up before. We have 1 skill point. We're close to leveling again. We have to find more about the tattoos, including asking a scab leader potentially. So what were the things that were going to be linked to this possibly? It was the, I'm hoping the Hardy Boys one, proving my authority. Hopefully, we'll see. And if we could do that, that'll link to other stuff. But there was another one too. Oh, it's for the tattoos. The victims' tattoos. Alright, so let me go to the Hardy Boys, see if doing any of this... I don't think it would. But, in the description of the task here, it did specifically mention the company rep. Now, I'm not sure if they meant this company rep, but we'll see. I would think it wouldn't. I don't know why, like, you know, talking to her would help with them, but, you know, we'll see. At the same time, I did find out info on, like, you know, confirming what they said. So maybe that would be me saying, hey, I believe you, I understand what's going on, type of thing, but I don't think it'll work, but we'll see. Plus, we gotta come here and ask them about the drugs, which I may or may not want to hold out on until we, you know, show the authority. We're just gonna see what our options are.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Okay, so we found out about the 8th Hardy. Yeah. Make them your bitches, yeah. Oh, good, yeah, see that? So we can tell them about, like, their friends are coming for them. I guess I'm gonna do that first before we talk about the drug trade. I talked to Joyce. The merc you hanged, his friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Yeah, they're forming some kind of tribunal. They're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole merc platoon.
The mercs are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
And will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
See what? That they don't?
Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic armor.
He tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
It's Criminal's bad news, you know that, right?
So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Joyce said they've gone rogue. No one's controlling them now.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Alright, this isn't going to do shit for them, but we'll say it anyway. Do you know a single giant hornet can kill 40 bees in a minute?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
You're the bees. They're the hornet.
We're not bees. We're men. We're socialists.
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do? Scare my men?
Alright, whatever.
What do you mean, okay?
Alright. Yeah, he does have a point about letting him loose in the city, exactly. Alright, so we have multiple ways of saying this. Saying, you got this, you got the numbers, I'll be on your side. I'll be gunning you down. You got one more gun, if I can find mine. But, I mean, okay. They're gonna wipe you the fuck out, Titus.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that, on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Damn. Sorry, I mean, I could have said I'd be on his side. I'm trying to think about my character. Do I want to I don't think I want to reload, because I don't think I'd say you're on my side. Although I would be tempted in the sense of saying, hey, if I had my gun, just to find out where my gun is. But no, I don't think my character would say, hey, I'm on your side. It would be this. It's like, hey, they're going to wipe you out, man. Whatever. As a way, again, to keep scaring them and whatnot. So I think we're fine there. Fuck it. Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade. This is not going to go well.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
The thought forms in your head, like a lightning strike branching in the sky.
Okay, this was a good thing to level up, man. Those 2 points I put in the reaction speed, they give me a few additional options, but I got like 2 awesome checks. Which, again, I don't know if you failed this check what would happen. But in the conversation, I already got like 2 really cool, seemingly, checks here.
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
No, you do the honor. You've earned it. So, I mean, actually, I'm not using this check. I'm gonna let him do it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers,
Damn,
even
so it
some
is
of the
them.
junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed.
We already know that, but
Fucking
still.
who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Little shit. That's Kuno in the yard.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
8th Hardy, the one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
So, in this moment, he admitted that he's the leader, so he's the one that we can pin the murder on. And we're not going to right now, but again, I can use that.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Despite everything, the little man is quick on his feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
That actually helped me with this check quite a bit. Confronted about drug trade, discussed the 8th Hardy we did before, warned they're probably criminal. Alright. Let's just try the check, because again, who cares? We'll get multiple chances. Establish authority. Actually, let me verify. Yeah, I can't look at my inventory, but, no, we have negative authority. That's right, we already have the plus authority stuff on. The only thing we have authority-wise now is negative. So yeah, we'll do this right now. Establish authority. Let's try.
Establish authority. Yes.
It's fine.
Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
We'll just give up. That's it.
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
Oh god, do we have to do the gun thing? I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong. All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, Fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints.
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
I haven't said anything racist.
Of course you have. You've been calling people kipped left and right, inciting race violence in my town.
I'm guessing he's talking about that one conversation, because otherwise we haven't.
Kylie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means. Trying to get the kips out of Revachol.
Oh no, okay,
All
he's
the
just
economy
lying.
Goes to shit.
I'm not a racist, look at my partner.
He's not racist, and there is no rally. There is no Carly either. It's a joke. Let's move on, or get some air.
What happened? You got your ass handed to you.
Yeah.
Always go with the gun. How are you going to get out of this now?
Alright, well again, we tried to check out 42, we'll have to wait until we get more authority and or other options. There's nothing else with the hanging, right?
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
I guess we will ask this, so you murdered him with no remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Shares électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
It's the reunion.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
Alright, I'm still not going to get closer to Titus to say I'm going to arrest you, because I feel like that's going to negatively impact the authority check, because, you know, it's going to be like some sort of check there, where I'm probably going to lose if it's physical based.
About fucking
So again, we're just going to hold out on that. Alright, well, at least we confirmed that they're behind the drug trade. Well, I mean, we're going to end it here, but God. We got a lot more stuff here. Just gotta figure out the order of things. So there's still one more area on the map that I have to, like, finish exploring. Of places that we can go. Obviously, we have to go to the Union place still, but it's just the one area behind the tree where the drugs are. We have to go there. And then otherwise, the body's still hanging. I think a lot of the stuff's going to be tied behind the Union boss thing, because that's the Union boss. Just like getting the body down. Wasn't there something... One last thing before we end it. Wasn't there something we were talking to the dock lady? She said it'd be quicker if we... Oh, we ran their names, and it might take a while. So if I could run the name now, and hopefully it'll, you know... Because the other one, we ran the armor number, and it's going to be available in-game tomorrow. So it might be the same case here, so I'd rather get this done now rather than forget, if it's even possible.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Alright, radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
So we can't actually look them up? Alright, maybe, what if I call my precinct? I'm just curious.
10-4, come in, officer.
No,
Over.
alright.
Roger that.
Alright, never mind then. Alright, well then. With that, we are going to end it. So again, we picked up a lot more tasks, but we also got a lot more intel. Some of which is directly related to the murder, most of which isn't, but a lot of it is indirectly related to the murder. So again, we still have a lot of things we need to do. I have one last area I fully have to explore somewhere back here. But we have to find a way to get to the Union thing, which I don't even know how to do that. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a whole lot. I don't even know how we're going to do any of this stuff, but we'll slowly chip away, because you never know. Doing one seemingly unrelated thing might end up revealing another thing. So we might have to go and confront some of those that mercenary, since we now know the guy's a mercenary. Obviously, we'll take a look at the list tomorrow to see the exact thing that I want to do next. But a lot of these things I just can't do at the moment. So, we'll see. Either way, it should be really, really awesome. Again, the game has been amazing, very well written. Lots of crazy, crazy things happening, but they're all pretty damn believable, and that's the best thing about it. No matter how, again, insane things get, it just feels so good, because again, it is pretty believable, and mysteries deep in, and the characters and their interactions are just so great. So it's always gonna be a great time for this. Should be more fun tomorrow, but unfortunately, we have to end it here.